25. 25. Have a good go. $140.
83.
46.
58.
140.
140.
59.
55.
96.
95.
10.
73. 100.
100.
140.
140.
97.
60.
35 left.
93.
19.
3. Yes. 58.
96.
65.
100,
58.
145,
140.
140,
140.
21, 100,
100.
134,
140.
97,
140.
82,
53.
74,
3. 57.
42,
96.
100,
100.
60,
100.
137,
116.
94,
In 1. Jen.
One hundred.
140.
180.
134.
100.
57.
57.
96.
64 and 3.
60.
60.
100.
59.
140.
96.
91.
180.
74.
18 in there.
In 3. Yeah.
85.
140.
99.
57.
96.
57.
57.
98.
100.
99.
48.
'Into.
Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, brought to you by MODUS Sports and Low 6. Apologies if you lost commentary in the last game. Some gremlins in the system this morning, it seems to be. We think we fixed them now.
Have a good one.
Just in time for this second match of the day. The second match that features Fallon Sherrock. After losing that first game, Fallon is now on notice that she can't afford to lose anymore if she wants to get that second title in the bank in the space of 8 days. She did have her opportunity to win on Wednesday,
60.
but was scuppered by the man who's just beaten her, Richie Edhouse, who starts the day very well.
81.
Andy in his customary light blue.
60.
Being a big Portsmouth fan. And Fallon in her customary pink.
60.
Two very summery colours for a very summery day.
58.
Jenkins will play this match and the next one. He will go up against Richie Edhouse, hoping that that is a match
60.
of the two winners to see who gets first to 4 points.
100.
And he's been steady in this first leg to leave 86. Fallon's 200. That's a very unfortunate bounce out. She was eyeing up, leaving double 10. And he looks at double 16 after getting the double 18.
70.
That was courageous. You see the method in the madness, though. If he hits the single, he gets the bullseye, but if he gets the double, he gets the double 16. Only problem is if you miss the board, you've got nothing.
Yeah, gaming 2.
And Andy cleans up double 8. 20 dart leg to start. Just finding his way into form, maybe.
81.
There were periods in that first game for Fallon where she looked very good indeed.
I think that's a 180. Yeah, 180.
As Andy does get a 180. I think the difference between the two players in the first game wasn't the 180s. It was the doubles percentages. Richie, very, very good with the checkouts, especially around double 16. He was vicious down there.
140.
But Fallon's responded very well here, leaving 100 after 9. Andy's going to do even better and leave 41 after the same amount of darts. Fallon does not get a shot at tops or tens. And Andy, for 2-0, leaves a very familiar double. And that really knocks him because he's played perfectly up to that point and he has the leg pinched away from him, and you will see raw emotion from Andy. That's why he's so watchable. But to play that well in that leg and have 2 chances
100
to go 2-0 up, he's going to have to manage the fire that's in his belly right now after losing the leg.
96.
Well, whatever you guys are doing today, whether you're at work watching the Icons of Darts Live League,
180.
whether you're at home, I hope everybody's staying safe and gambling responsibly, of course, if you are having a flutter.
140.
Don't do the silly things that the people did yesterday by going to the beach and surrounding yourself with
81.
thousands of people. Stay at home and watch the darts. Be responsible. Sherrock halves her score and sensibly uses the 19s there. Andy looking to lead tops. Needs a really good dart here to do so.
41.
Oh, and it's veered away into the 1. That's a nightmare. His nightmares could get worse, though. So he's going for the 42 because the bullseye didn't have much room left. And she has...
32 left.
I always like it when she says 32 left, as if she's questioning it. Double 16 again.
Jinxie match.
And
24 left.
it's almost like David James is guarding that 32 for Andy. Fallon needs another double 8. And that would have really, really hurt Andy if she'd done so. But now Andy has a fresh target. Getting very close.
Kidding me. Nice score.
How has he missed that? That is one of those really annoying shots that you think it's in, but it's not. And Sherrock is doing the same.
No score.
She wires twice on the outside and once on the inside. You can see the smile of Andy as if to say, the goalkeeper's in all of the doubles.
Yeah, last start.
A brilliant shot. It has to be said, because when you've already missed a couple of shots right on the wire, you start to get frustrated. And that was a fierce dart from Andy to regain the lead at 2-1. When you're in that position, you can't afford to throw a weak dart.
96.
It's got to be strong. It's got to have something behind it.
$100.
60.
Fallon has left herself on 305 previously today, and as a consequence, on the previous occasion, she left 160 with a 145, but on this occasion, she has to settle for the ton.
58.
She has a healthy lead here. One of Fallon's biggest attributes really is the ability to forget something that's already happened and to press on with the challenge ahead.
96.
She has lots of darts for this 65. Now she's got 48. Tops.
65 in.
There you have it. The ability to forget what happened on double 4 and what happened on double 16 and double 8 previously, and to just go back to the board and get it first time next time round. It's a very good
59.
thing to be able to draw on in these kinds of matches.
$140.
4 holes of throw in this one. It's pretty much the opposite in the first game, where it was a breakfast at the start, and then Richie Edhouse found some really good doubles to get himself a 2-leg win. Fallon's starting to turn the screw just a little bit here.
100.
And she tries to repeat the win she got over Andy on Wednesday, which was by 5 legs to 4. It was a key win
98.
for Fallon, that one. It kept her in the race. And it pretty much
99.
eliminated Andy from it. That was his first defeat of Wednesday. Last dart shot out of the gun there. She was looking for the 88, sorry, the 48 to lead tops, but single 8 now leaves her 80. What pressure can be applied?
$89.
Struggled on the trebles in this leg, but the last dart bullseye was very, very good from Andy. Will it be a key shot?
40.
could be now because he'll be looking at the bullseye again. Well, that's why you don't go for the
16 left.
21st. Because if you get the bullseye second, you can't finish. Double 10 for Sherrock. It's for the first breaker throw. And she wires the right side of the board again, and Andy's got away with it somehow.
Yeah. Dart, one dart. Thanks. Thanks again.
It's almost an old school way of getting 95. 20, 25 bull. And I, for one, think it's the wrong way to go.
81.
But some of the more seasoned players take a bit more convincing.
46.
I remember that exact shot. It's around about 2001, 2002. A county teammate of mine, Mac Murphy, fantastic player from Newcastle, had 95 left in a county match in Middlesex. And he went
140.
hit the 21st, then he got the bullseye and actually bust the score. And then the next visit, he went 20, 25 bull. He's a bit of a maverick, is Mac Murphy. And he's very well known in UK circles for being one of the best talents that never turned professional. But it's little shots like that 95 that rekindle those kinds of memories.
67.
Right now, it's just bad memories that are starting to ingrain themselves for Fallon as she is starting to fall behind.
99.
And he's just chipping away, not playing his best game by any means, only averaging 84.
95.
He's doing one of those jinxy jobs where he just picks off shots like this.
Yeah, game break.
That's what he does. 4-2 ahead. You could be seeing Andy Jenkins at this very early stage of the day eliminating Fallon Sherrock from the possibility of winning today's league.
99.
What it could do is give us an early blockbuster of Edhouse versus Jenkins to see who is the first person to remain undefeated after 2 matches.
98.
100.
All of a sudden, Andy's not missing.
40.
And he's in a good rhythm. He's playing fast, furious, and accurate. You don't get a lot of emotion from Fallon Sherrock when she plays. She's
81.
very focused. You could sense a little bit of frustration there.
132.
If you're not going to get the 164, that's plan B. That's behind door number 2.
100.
It could be the last dart that Fallon throws in this match.
Are you?
But it isn't. Double
16.
16 is really telling Andy off today. Can Fallon save her skin? No, she's missed the board. Trying to be cautious with the single, and it just flew out of the hand.
80.
It can't happen when your hands get very hot on a day like today.
Yeah, game in 1.
And Andy gets the
Lucky
first
everyone.
target at double 8 for a 5-2 win, and that means that we do get Edhouse versus Jenkins next to see who's first to 4 points. Thanks for joining us for game number 3 of the Icons of Darts Live League for Friday. And 2 players who have won their first game of the day, so one of them is about to lose their unbeaten record.
Bullseye.
That's 25.
Andy has lost the bullseye,
There we go.
which he will start, and that could be very important. Now, always you want to win the bullseye and get the start.
140.
But when it comes to these 2 playing this
55.
week, it has proved very pivotal. Because on Monday, Richie inflicted the only defeat on Andy when he won
140.
Monday's title. And it was 5 legs to 4.
60.
On Wednesday, Richie defeated Andy 5 legs to 4 again. And that was to eliminate Andy from the daily race completely. So if Richie can do the same again, he
42.
then becomes the favourite for today's title. From the early starters anyway.
100.
Very interested to see how these guys, and the girl of course, get on against Keane Barry, who will join us around 12:35 British time. And he plays his first game against the man on your screen, Andy Jenkins.
80.
If Richie can get the 60 here, I would have fancied the double 16 because he's been very good on it today.
52.
But he comes up short on the trebles and leaves tops instead.
46.
So let's see how he fares at the top of the board. Good line and a good marker.
30.
Not good. Andy is not up to the 160 challenge.
60.
And Richie has got to have that sighter with the first start here. Does that help him? That one should.
In 3.
Worked his way down the ladder. That was a very good, constructive 10 points with one visit. Slow start from both players here, but
59.
things will heat up. And more ways than one, potentially. Standard will rise, and Andy Jenkins' pulse will rise if he doesn't get many opportunities in this match. He would dearly love to get a second title of the week. But that's exactly what
100.
Richie's aiming for. This is a battle of this week's winners. Other winners this week, of course.
58.
Dave Evans on Tuesday. And Mike Warburton yesterday. Many congratulations to Mike
50.
for winning Thursday, which was a very, very difficult group.
$60.
60.
Is there a bit of tension in this match because they know that they've both won one this week and they're possibly eyeing up their biggest threat?
99.
First treble of the leg for Richie. But the scores are pretty much even.
134.
If you don't succeed on the 60, try and find a new friend. And that's exactly what Andy did there with the treble 19.
180.
Richie's found an old friend there. Can Andy get double 5 himself?
79.
He's a centimetre too far north. And Richie is ready to take advantage of that miss.
In 2.
With 5 perfect darts to finish the leg. Said that Andy's temperature might rise. Things didn't go his way. 2-0 lead for Edhouse. is a perfect start. Maybe not from an average or standard perspective, but you don't care about that
100.
when you've got those first two legs in the bank. Both of the guys were off the air just before the game started, having a bit of a chuckle about a double that Richie threw earlier in the day against Fallon Sherrock, and how it was a
58.
bit of a thrutchy effort at double nine that was key in the match, actually. And Richie just chuckled and said he's not sure how it went in either. That's been the key to Andy's play in this match so far.
58.
Not enough accuracy on the 60, and he's been peppering the wires around it. That's a better first start.
180.
And when you get the first start right, it gives you confidence, and you can build a score from there.
60.
The perfect time to hit that 180 for Andy when Richie has had 4 visits without a treble. Is he going to go for it?
He's going in front.
Yeah, he's got the 161 on the back end of a 180. 341 in 6. One of the biggest 6-dart conversions possible on a dartboard. World class there from Rocky.
10.
They're the legs that really make you smile. You start with a ton and a 60 and you think you're still scratching around for big scores, then you go and
58.
convert the next 341 in 6 perfect darts.
$137.
Will that remain the biggest finish of the day? I'm going to say no. I think we'll see a bigger one. I think we'll get a 170 today.
96.
$140.
Richie's turn to hit big scores. He's refound his scoring prowess
58.
and has time on his side to negotiate leg 4 for a 3-1 advantage. Now, he's not on a finish, Andy Jenkins, so he doesn't have to go 14 and bull.
92.
And approaches double 16 with ease.
97.
Andy will not expect to return, but that double 8 is tricky. It's probably good that he doesn't have to go for double 8 now.
24.
But he's wired double 4 and offered Andy a little olive branch. $17 for bull. Is the guide good enough? This is the bull for a second consecutive bull finish. It was very, very tight. One dart remains.
In 3.
And he gets the third dart into double 2 to take that 3-1 lead somewhat attritionally after a beautiful leg up to the last 6 darts.
69.
A strange bit of symmetry with Andy Jenkins's nickname, Rocky, which of course has got something to do with boxing.
40.
Andy's initials are AJ, like Anthony Joshua. I wouldn't want to take a punch from either of them.
100.
Anthony Joshua, of course, who doesn't mind a bit of darts. He
100.
has come to the World Championships as well as other celebrities and other sports stars. I remember Gary Anderson telling me when he met him, he just couldn't believe the size of the guy.
Uh, 77.
This is tight, this leg. And he's only a dart in front. No longer. That was a perfect first start for Richie Edhouse.
140.
He's turning into a very decent visit, which gives him the first chance to finish the leg off.
98.
How big can he make this advantage? Can he make it 4-1? or he gets the bull. So now he's got 10 or a 6. He's got options. Which double does he want to leave? Double 16.
60.
Starting to wire more doubles. He's not missing them by much. Is Andy going to have another crack at the bull? For the third leg in a row. He's missed the double this time. It's the bull.
You're chipping me in and out.
Unbelievably, he's wired it.
Awesome.
He's had a bullseye finish, wired a bullseye finish, then he's hit the wire on a bullseye finish. And Edhouse can punish him in the worst way possible. For Randy, anyway. He's got 1 dart left, and it'll feel even worse if Richie gets it with the third.
In 3.
What a shot that is, because he's hit it from the other side of the oche. He couldn't see any of it until he went to the left and then went over the top. Andy having to look at the funny side of it, because otherwise he'd get dizzy.
85.
What a strange game it's been for Andy. And that's just darts.
140.
It's not predictable. It's borderline unfair sometimes, but
85.
the dartboard never talks back, but he is a very cruel being.
$140.
And Richie wants that 5-1 win.
40.
If he gets it, he'll have 4 points in the bank. And he'll have +6 for his leg difference, which will be very healthy for this time of day. As we then welcome in Jared Cole and the
Done.
Conservatory darts in this sweltering heat. He'll take on Fallon Sherrock next. 96 left for the match.
65.
But it is a very manageable number. Looking to inflict
180.
the defeat, but Andy leaves double 3. Richie sees the funny side of that, but he's now got to focus on the job at hand. Match darts coming in.
46.
And maybe getting that 180 just put Richie off a little bit of experience there from Jenks.
Game in 3.
Wow. For a moment, I didn't think he was able to see that, but Andy is sneaky tall and was able to just glance it over the top. And that 5-1 victory that Richie craved can no longer be.
140.
With the throw back now, it's more likely to be 5-2.
78.
There's 140 shooting in this match. Edhouse has been very tight.
57.
Whenever I say the word tidy, I always think of Wales. It's a word that they absolutely adore. They say it better than everybody else as well.
57.
You'll get 2 more Welsh players tomorrow. Mike Warburton looking for a second title of the week on Saturday, and Mark Webster will return as well.
Jinxie. 85.
Jenkins staying in touch here, but it's out of his hands. If Edhouse scores another 140, not quite what he was hoping for.
Yeah, 100.
And he backs up the same score that Richie gets.
97.
Great last start. And he will get a look at it.
105.
And he gets the perfect approach from 141. And 2 match darts have already gone for Richie Edhouse. That's 3 and 4.
42.
And Andy is still kicking here.
Yeah, game in 1.
Still in the match. said that it was more likely to be 5-2 than 5-1, but he's had match darts in both legs
180.
for both of those opportunities, and there is no guarantee that he's going to get another one, especially when Andy is starting his leg with a maximum. It could come down to a third 5-4 of the week for these two players.
84.
And the key thing was, at the start of this match, like I mentioned, Richie Edhouse won the bull. He will throw
85.
first and should get the more opportunities if it goes that far.
Andrew Jenkins. 40.
One last chance to get back into this leg for the man who dwells in East Sussex, a beautiful county in the south of England. A couple of counties to the right of where Andy is situated in Hampshire.
Thanks, eh? 60.
.262. We've got options to try and leave it finish, and now Edhouse needs the 57.
57.
And Andy's got breathing space. Big 20
97.
to lead tops. And it looks very much like we are going all the way.
120.
Double 10 is missed.
20.
Edhouse has already had 4 match darts. He should get one more. Can he finish the match on the bullseye?
60 scored.
He cannot. And he needs double 5.
Came in 3. 3.
Gets it with the last dart.
3.
And this game is a leg 9 thriller. And a lot of darting analysts and fans may have expected that to happen at the start of this match. But let's face
59.
facts. It shouldn't. I said there were no guarantees that Edhouse would get any more match darts. He got one more.
60.
Now the question remains, does he get any more than 5?
139.
He's in the better position, having thrown first and getting that 2 treble visit on
100.
the last time round, as Jenks hangs on with that last dart ton.
.46.
Invitation to come back into this right there with only 46 from Edhouse.
100.
Invitation RSVP'd yes.
.60.
They're going to the wire by the looks of it, and Jenkins now has an opportunity to take the lead.
.140.
Good time to get a 140. Andy Jenkins has not led this match at all.
137.
He can lead 5-4 at the very end. He gets a match dart
Idiot.
and he misses the 32.
16 left.
Richie should get match dart number 6 and possibly 7.
Into.
Gets it on match dart number 6 after giving Andy one shot for it. It was never boring, and it never is with those guys. You get your money's worth with those two combatants. But stay with us as Jared Cole joins us in the next one against Balance Sherrock. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. And we're joined by the man in the conservatory, Jared Cole.
Have a good one.
All of his opponents have already said they have no idea how he's going to play in this conservatory this week, but he's done a very good job of keeping his cool. Alan's going to start this one though. And if she's going to be high in today's table, she may have to win her remaining games against Jared,
96,
against Wolfie, and against Keen Barry. That for me is
60.
possibly one of the games of the day, Sherrock against Barry. But then again, everybody he plays, I'm intrigued to see what he will bring to the table. Don't forget about Martin Adams, though. He joins us for his first game next, and he goes up against the undefeated Richie Edhouse after that thrilling 9-leg encounter he's just had with Andy Jenkins.
140,
So Edhouse is the man to catch at this stage. The best leg difference and the best points.
60.
These players and the other two will be hoping that Martin Adams gets off the mark in the next one, just to open things up a bit.
81,
Jared finds his first treble
140.
and doubles up. He'll get his first 140, but Fallon is first to a finish. She has a shot at the bullseye if she wishes.
1263,
She wished, and it came true. It's a very favourable number, is 126 for good dart players. They just like the look of it. 2 treble 19s, double six, and of course, if you don't get the second treble,
140,
you can have a pop at the bullseye. Just a really nice feel about that finish. And even better when you get it.
125.
Jared's had enough of just scoring 60 in a visit, because in his last 3 visits in this game,
60,
he's gone 140, 140, 125. So starting to find his range.
$135.
He does it again. The Jared Cole Keen Barry battle is
47,
a fabulous one to look forward to. Have to wait a little bit of time for that. That's at 3:45 British time today.
69.
And Jared will have to wait for leg number 2 as he misses double 16 by some way. But to have 2 of the best young players in the world going up against each other
94,
this afternoon, that is something you don't want to miss. And they're very quick players as well, so it won't be slow.
In 3.
And Jared gets himself a 15 darter to equalise at 1 leg all. Something else that you don't want to miss is a question of sport tonight on the BBC if you are watching in the United Kingdom, because Fallon Sherrock is on it with her captain Phil Tufnell, the ex-cricketer and big darts
100.
fan. As to how well she does, you'll have to tune in, but if you are watching this from overseas, you may have to try and find some of the clips via YouTube at the BBC page at a further date.
99.
60,
Starting to lose the propensity of those big visits, Fallon Sherrock now,
132.
but a big and perfectly tactical visit is what we get from young Jared.
100,
He had a 170 out on Wednesday.
145.
And he almost had another one after that impeccable approach as well. That could have been a 3 or 2 in 6. We've already had a 3 4-1 in 6 today.
58 left.
Almost had a 1-2-4 from Fallon to add to the 1-2-6 from the first leg.
In 2.
And Jared is having a bit of a love affair with 88 in this match so far, and he'll want to keep going back there because it's being very fruitful. Jared very fortunate to have a brother that is a hairdresser, so that's why his hair is looking impeccable today. Talking off the air, Fallon and one of our backstage crew said that they cannot wait for July the 4th, where hairdressers are reopening in the United Kingdom.
96.
I myself have not had a proper haircut in quite a few months, and I've got a very, very wavy hair right now. So wavy, in fact, that Kelly Slater could probably ride my hair.
$100.
125 left after 9 for Jared. He is starting to flex his muscles a little bit here.
96.
Does he want to go 25 ball again? I think maybe the 51's the right play here.
85.
Didn't want to get a bit fiddly with that bullseye because that first start in the red bit just looked a little delicate.
95.
170 left by Fallon. She doesn't
In 3.
hope that he gets the double 5, but he does. And for a second there, I think Jared was thinking about busting the score and going back to tops, but you cannot, and he knows this, you cannot leave Fallon Sherrock on a big checkout. She's had
100.
a stack of them in the last couple of months. 3-1 to the young man from Hertfordshire,
100.
and he is looking very useful today. I mentioned flexing his muscle. Well, over the last couple of years, Jared Cole has started to do more in the way of exercise and looking after himself for his future, and
100.
he understands the whole Max Hop thesis of you cannot be negligent with your health and be a long-term professional dart player.
$60.
Fallon's turn to flex her scoring muscle in this leg, and she's going to leave a
96.
double after 12 as the dog makes its way down the stairs to join the party, hopefully in time to see Fallon get that 13 darter.
25.
She'll take a 15 on double 5.
30.
She misses the double that Jared has just hit, and this is a very doable out. More doable now.
96.
Just a little pushy on that last shot. Wasn't released fully,
10 in 1.
and Fallon escapes with a 16 darter on that double 5 to get back within 1.
96.
We will welcome back
90.
Martin Adams in the next game. Hopefully he doesn't have any internet issues in his area like he did on Wednesday when he was forced to withdraw.
59.
Every single household that takes part in the Icons of Darts Live League has its challenges. Andy Jenkins has
97.
the wall that pretty much brushes his shoulder with every dart. Jared's got the heat from the conservatory. Fallon's got
100.
a little boy running around, the cat, the dog, the postman ringing the doorbell. We've all got
100.
different challenges. I myself have had lots of building traffic outside, which has been immensely annoying, but you just have to get on with things.
140.
No trouble there. Offers Jared possibly 6 from 106.
58.
No trouble there. Offers Fallon one more try. She'd have got the 60 there. She may have stayed for double 17. But now she's praying that Jared has a miss. Well, he has missed what he was going for, but he has left something he hasn't missed in this match, which is double 8.
In 2.
He still hasn't missed it. Nice show of respect there from Jared. He hits the requisite points, but via a route of serendipitous nature.
70, 80, 80.
$100.
When darts does go back to live venues, it'll be very weird for these guys not have to say their own scores anymore. You can allow the
56.
officials to do that for them. We do have some of the best officials in the world of darts working
Jared.
on the
60.
Icons of Darts Live League, and they deserve a shout out because they do a fabulous job to bring this entertainment to you and give you the graphics that you see in the bottom right of your screen, keep the scores right, and of course the scoring sheets for the players via the Dart Connect system. The likes of Scott Gibbling,
41.
Mark Walker and Owen Binks all deserve a lot of praise for what they do.
133.
Not the first time Fallon's left 132 from 265 today. The last time she did it, she failed on the 132. But this time she doesn't have to go bull because her opponent's not on a finish. She has anyway.
$96.
It all worked out in the end to leave the Fallon double.
140.
But she can't afford to miss it. And she shouldn't now. But somehow it has not snuck in. And Jared can get himself a big victory here. He's got to brush that off. Get that single 19 and have a clean shot tops. Gets it.
Sorry, game in 3.
And gets the tops as well. 2 legs in a row to finish that one. 5 legs to 2, where he gets things that he didn't expect. But he does get the win that he hoped for to get himself off the mark. Wolfie will now join us and to see if he can take out the undefeated Richie Edhouse. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League with MODUS Sports, and it's welcome and a great afternoon to the legend that is Martin Adams, who goes up against Richie Edhouse in his third match of the day and is bidding to become the first person to defeat him.
Outside.
25. And we're down.
She is no stranger to winning titles and is, in a manner of speaking, the defending champion. You could say it wasn't Martin's fault that he didn't get a crack at the whip on Wednesday when the internet service in his area was down and not able to play on Wednesday because of that. Wasn't able to stream from his home. He didn't actually play against Richie on Wednesday and wasn't able to stop him on the dartboard.
125.
So he waits a couple of days and now he gets his chance. Welcome back, Martin. That's his first miss at the treble 20.
85.
Starts with 4 perfect darts. And Richie already knows that this is going to be tough.
45.
He knew that before a dart was thrown. We talked at length about the achievements and the reputation of Martin, even before
140.
we started playing 12 weeks ago. 12 weeks, can you believe it?
100.
Well, Richie did get the win against Martin on Monday, a win of 5 legs to 3. And if he can repeat that, he will be in a massively advantageous and strong position, but he's not in a position anymore to win the opening leg as Martin starts with a 12 darter, and that is ominous. I often wonder how many shirts Martin has with wolves on them.
60.
He does have his own dart shirts, of course, but he has a few well spray painted polo shirts, and one of them he's wearing today is
100.
very artistic. As he walks back from the board, try and catch the back of it. Sure, these are the kind of shirts that he wears when he goes to tournaments.
95.
You might be able to catch it when, or if he breaks the throw of Richie and is walking back from the board, and we keep the camera on him.
42.
But so far, Richie has not caught fire, and Martin is in position to take advantage of that.
42.
But hasn't done so there.
$140.
And finally, Richie finds a double treble visit. But it's conceivable that we could have 6 days of action this week.
121.
It's 6 different champions. Monday it was Andy Jenkins, then it was Dave Evans on Tuesday,
180.
then it was Richie Edhouse, followed by Mike Warburton. And if we get a different champion today, then who's to say we don't get one tomorrow as well?
159.
More evidence of that brilliance from Adams, but Edhouse has been magnificent on 32 today so far,
7.
but that miss could be costly.
Game in 3.
It's lost him the leg.
Thank you.
Martin had one bad dart of those 3 there. There's a good guy with dart 1, a big miss with dart 2, and a small from him.
140.
Sometimes that's all you get from Martin mid-throw. It was enough to motivate himself to get that double 12 on the last possible opportunity. And he takes that 2-0 lead and is trying to stretch his legs even more here.
180.
I said on Wednesday when we were covering the action that I'd watch out for Martin Adams today because he's been playing consecutive weeks for many, many weeks now. He's been playing a lot of darts. So in a funny sort of way, that fortuitous break that he was afforded on Wednesday via the
140.
internet access not being available might just make him that extra bit of
140.
And let's not forget, he did have one match on Wednesday, and he was narrowly beaten by Dave Evans. So he wasn't playing poorly on Wednesday. This has been
135.
a blockbuster leg from both players, both leaving a 40-plus number after 9. Both bagging a 180. And it's Richie who gets first crack.
2.
An 11 darter to get himself back within 1. That is tremendous. It's been a great game so far. Could be pivotal. We know that Edhouse has got the best chance of posting
61.
the score to beat as he started the day alongside Fallon, Sherrock and Andy Jenkins. But when it comes to catching players late in the day, I'm not sure there's anybody better than Martin Adams. He's done it numerous times.
$140.
Scoring heavily today, Martin Adams.
Uh, 120.
Well, that dart from Richie Edhouse is not touching the board, and it somehow sprung away from the sisal, and it didn't count. It may have only been 20 points.
60.
There's no great loss, but could be the difference at the end of the leg. You just don't know.
45.
Big averages from both players, but Adams is maintaining that higher level. After starting with a 12 darter, he hasn't really looked back much.
60.
And he was on 46 after 9 in that leg that Richie won. Let's not forget that.
57.
Richie's lost his way with the scoring in this one. Martin's looking to lead tops.
100.
Richie has got to be tapping on Martin's shoulder here, and will be.
133.
Will it be 3-1? Very possible.
Game in 2.
Oh, how good was that? When Edhouse approaches with 133 to leave 50, Adams doesn't hesitate to take the leg away and recapture that 2-leg gap. There's a lot of chatter a few weeks ago off the air between certain players when they were playing against Martins. Particularly Diogo Portela was having a little conversation, let's put it that way, with Martin. Saying, come on, Martin, go to Q school. Just do it once. Don't live to regret it. And he didn't give us anything. As much as we'd like to talk to him and egg him on and
60.
try and figure out what he wants to do, he's someone who wants to do what he wants to do, and I really do respect that. But
180.
wouldn't it be great to have Martin Adams in the PDC for just a couple of years to finish his career up?
$180.
Well, maximum to back up the maximum of Edhouse. Just when he thinks he's got a bit of a gap, Adams says, I'm not having that.
60.
He's a bit like that character in Mortal Kombat. Sub-Zero, I think he was called, and he'd say, get over here.
99.
Adams is going to get a shot at the 62,
60.
and it will be for 4-1. It will bring everybody back into play for today's league if he can get a big win here.
Game in 2.
Big checkout. It's 80, followed by 62 in 2. It's looking very good on the outer ring for Martin. It's looking good in every department, really. There have been maximums, there have been 140s, there's been clinical checkouts, 105 average to start your day. Now all he has to do is win one more. He'd love to get it done 5-1 to start his leg difference strongly. In a really weird twist, if Adams was to win this leg, after one game, he would have the best leg difference. And
100.
Edhouse would then go into the minuses. That's what I mean by bringing everybody back into play.
96.
Unfortunately for Fallon Sherrock, she is out of it now with 3 defeats in the first 4 games. And she can only post 4 points at very best.
100.
So she is just playing for pride.
140.
Still advantage Wolfie, even with that 140 from Madhouse. All he can do is watch on. As Martin
139.
Pease, you guessed it, 62 again. 2 dot checkouts of 80 and 62 preceded this leg.
100.
He's looking for deja vu. He's not going to get it, but he might get the same result.
30.
Not on this occasion. Last chance saloon. Might stay there for double 13. He expected to get a shot,
65.
but didn't. And now he will expect to not throw any more in this match.
Game in 1.
And does not. Welcome back, Martin. Internet working perfectly, and your darts aren't doing too bad either. He has stopped the undefeated streak of Richie Edhouse, and everybody is welcome back into the race. Next, we welcome Keen Barry. Blink and you miss a darts, here he comes. He plays against Jenkins next. Welcome back to our live league for the day. And it's welcome back to Keen Barry, who is now 18 years old and 1 day. Many happy returns for yesterday to the dynamite throw from Ireland. And the only player in the field today that is not English.
25.
Yeah, 25. Yeah, 25.
Not just a battle of two different countries here, but a battle of generations as well.
25.
Keane is fast, he's furious, and he's very,
Outside.
very good. He does not hang around.
25.
He has not won the ball on this occasion. He's going to play 5 games today, the majority of which will be at the back end
84.
of today's session. This will be his only game before the small break.
57.
And he has already had mixed fortunes already today.
55.
A 5-2 victory over Fallon Sherrock to start his day.
180.
As Keane gets his first maximum in his second visit to the match. And he was then
125.
involved in the game of the day so far, the only 5-4 we've had, as he lost out in the odd leg by
100.
5 legs to 4 to Richie Edhouse. But with Edhouse losing 5-1 to Martin Adams just now,
60.
Andy should know, if he's keeping tabs on other people's results, of course, because he doesn't have to, he might just focus on his own stuff. He will know, possibly, if he wins every game from here, he can still win today's league. And Andy's never played Keane before,
97.
but he will know of his reputation.
Game 2.
There's a single 8 going for the 32, and then switches to double 12 with ease. The one thing about Keane Barry is that he cares
96.
very little for reputation. He is all about doing it at his pace
83.
and at his age, just playing. He's
59.
been all around the world playing darts before the age of 18 and has picked up invaluable experience on many different stages. He's played at Alexandra Palace as Ireland's top player, winning the Tom Kirby Memorial Tournament over Liam Gallagher, and trying to walk in the footsteps of people who fight for his
45.
nation's cause in the World Cup, the likes of Steve Lennon and Willie O'Connor. Will we be seeing him in the World Cup in coming seasons?
140.
The Irish dart scene right now has never been brighter.
95.
And we have to applaud the
97.
Junior Darts Corporation for the work they've done in finding the likes of Keane Barry and the likes of Jared Cole, who are both playing in
99.
this league today. If you wanted evidence as to what the JDC can do,
Game 2.
you've got more evidence of it right there as Keane Barry takes a 2-0 lead. The image
60.
of this game is changing every single year.
96.
It genuinely swells my heart to see generations
100.
clash like this
Well,
of players that I used to watch when I was growing up. I used to watch Andy Jenkins live and on television, and now we're ushering in
81.
players like Keane, players like Jared, players like Bradley Brooks.
85.
And whereas at certain points of his career, Andy will have been able to bulldoze players with his
140.
very confident nature and his exuberance on the dartboard and his talent. These young stars are
60.
like Kevlar. They don't care about what you've done before. It's about now. It's a very different mindset and a
58.
very different way of playing the game. And Andy's having a nightmare on the treble 20. He's only hit one in this leg out of 15 darts. Keane needs the bullseye if he chooses,
94.
but has chosen wisely to leave himself on double 16, which would be for a 3-0 lead. Double 8.
Game in
Gets
3.
double 4. And of course, the Irishman gets the green bit. It's possibly the best Irish dart shirt that I have ever seen. Because
100.
from the front, it doesn't look Irish at all. But in the back, it's a bit like a mullet. That's where the party's at.
40.
And a dart shirt should reflect your personality and your
96.
passion. And Keane is very passionate that he is from such a wonderful country. Mind you, Andy is too. He's worn that England shirt many, many
100.
times with pride. I'm sure he's got a lot of them in his collection. I wonder if Andy's still got his red
95.
trousers, which England players are very noted for wearing throughout his generation.
60.
But Keane is holding his throw here in leg 4.
60.
Doesn't have a massive advantage in this one though, as Andy finds his way into that treble 20.
Jinxie.
This
82.
is the 25 to leave 96, so the door is ajar here for Keane. Another. A double 18. Just
132.
leans into that third dot sometimes and walks on it. Andy was very hopeful for a
37.
bullseye finish there, but comes up short.
Game in 1.
Andy's in real trouble here, 4-0 down. Keane is being completely ruthless. And if you are a Keane Barry fan, he is serving up a very delicious treat for you. This is not what the doctor ordered for Andy, especially when Edhouse lost his last match to invite people back into today's race. This is a nightmare so far for the
140.
England veteran.
$77.
Yesterday, Keane picked up 6 points in his debut day on his birthday.
45.
He got some very good wins. I was very proud to have played him yesterday, and I played my best game of the day.
58.
But I have to admit, once the game was over, I was dizzy because he's so fast. And you try and play your own pace, but
41.
he draws you in. And I think that's what he's done with Andy in this game. I think he's drawn him into a faster game.
145.
Almost leaves tops after 12. And it's in his hands now to be the first person to hand the bagel to his opponent. For 5-0, it's 65.
Game in
So
3.
you have 5-0 in no time at all. You have to respect that. Keane Barry's here to play today, and who's to say he can't win the whole thing on the day after his 18th birthday? That was quick. The rest of the games might not be so quick, but he's got 4 games to go. We've got Sherrock against Wolfie to finish off the first half of today's action. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. And one of our marquee matches for the day is Sherrock versus Wolfie. Sherrock looking to get the start in this one, but hasn't had
25.
a good start at all today with 3 defeats from 3. 2 games remain, so she can only post 4 points for today.
25.
Remaining games are against 2 players that have won their first match. Martin Adams is the first. She will then play Keen Barry at 2:30 British time to finish her day.
Not a bullseye. Outside.
Great relationship between these 2 players who have been hanging in the same circles for the last 6 or 7 years, maybe even longer than that. Played in many England internationals together and gone to things like Europe Cups and World Cups,
45.
Lakesides, World Masters, and numerous other tournaments all the way around the world. I'm sure if you asked them, would they be doing this in 2020, they would have thought you were mad, but
61.
things are very different these days. And the word mad has got a very different meaning these days. It actually is an acronym for the possible future of this game, modern amateur darts. If you don't know anything about that, then I suggest you get looking at that on Twitter.
100.
Modern amateur darts, run by the same people that started the JDC, the Junior Darts Corporation, and we know how that is going these days. So the amateur game could be looked after very well in the coming years.
140.
Good news, not just for the young players these days, but the professionals and the amateurs. Holland has the easier of the 2 finishes, but she might not even get a look at the 128 because Martin has got 38 left.
100.
Not quite. It was an aggressive try. This fellow needs 16 ball.
92.
She leaves 36, but she will expect not to come back to the board.
Three.
But Martin didn't get the guide that he craved. It was just a little bit too far away. It's a good miss from Fallon.
36 and 2.
And that is why, because if you go inside the 18 and then switch to double 9, it's a bit trickier. But if you get the dart completely wrong and go into the single 4, you then have the banker of double 16.
108.
Martin maxes to start leg 2, and he was very impressive in his first game with Richie Edhouse to stop his undefeated streak today. Like I mentioned, that brought other people into today's equation, but the late starters today have all started well. Wolfie with a 5-1, Jared Cole with a 5-2 against Sherrock, and Keen Barry with that 5-0 against Andy Jenkins just about 20 minutes ago. Could be a very intriguing afternoon ahead of us. And there are multiple matches this afternoon, potentially, that could swing either way. I throw things at you like Jared Cole against Keen Barry. It could come down to Keen Barry and Martin Adams at the very end of the session. Martin doesn't get a shot at the ball for the 161. I think he would have
97.
gone for it if he got the treble 17.
100.
A ton from Fallon. Just pokes her head around the corner as if to say, I'm here if you miss.
56.
And he has. This is a great chance to finish this leg in 5 visits. Double 11.
11 left. 70.
Very aggressive on the treble 14. Martin working his way in towards double 4. Goes too much.
6.
And not often you see missed doubles from Martin. That's usually his biggest strength in finishing people off. But Fallon
11 in
has
2.
got herself 2-0 up. Has taken advantage of the chances she's been gifted. Yeah, fascinating games this afternoon with Keane Barry returning for a game with Richie Edhouse. The
34.
first game after the break. And then you look at the junior battle or the youth battle between Cole and Barry at 3:45 British time. That one really stands out for me.
83.
A nice look at the future of what darts could look like. And someone who
97.
very much deserves a lot of praise when it comes to the junior game is someone who has played in the Icons of Darts Live League, and that's Daryl Fitton. He's been responsible for the development of the
100.
likes of Keane Barry and Jared Cole, so we can't forget about Daryl's contribution. Fallon just getting a little bit flummoxed with some of the misses. That was very unfortunate. But it will be music to the ears of Wolfie.
30. No,
He has
check.
not taken advantage.
One, 3, 7.
Nice response from Fallon. And I have a little challenge for everybody watching this afternoon, or whatever time it is around the world where you're watching.
140.
We do like your social media interaction as long as you keep it positive and constructive. And I have a challenge for everybody for this afternoon. Jared Cole doesn't really have a nickname. So why don't you guys get typing on your smartphones and
98.
laptops and iPads and other tablets? Give us some suggestions.
58.
Can Martin finish this off?
Game in 1.
Yes, he can. A picture perfect tops.
Thank you.
And now the misses at double previously in the game are all but a memory. If Wolfie was to get the win in this match, he would then
99.
equalise Richie Edhouse on 4 points, but will have played one less game.
96.
Aside from Fallon, who is out of the running because of those 3 early defeats, all of the other players are going to have a say today. Even Andy Jenkins, who has only picked up 1 victory from 3, he could still win his final 2 games and stipulate who has the most points at the end of today's play. He could be the big spoiler.
$83.
Jenkins will be glad that he's got a sizable break after that 5-0 loss to Keane Barry, so he can reassess for his next game against Jared Cole. Martin might look at the 19s here. He doesn't have to now. He'll stay there because there's a cushion
55.
for that last dart, but he's found the small gap without getting that treble.
69.
Fallon's missed a trick there. Maybe should have used the 18s either on dart 1 or 2 to try and get to that finishing zone. She has failed to do so. And we've had some
45.
monumental battles between these two in the last couple of months, but this one is proving to be
60.
a little bit harder to come by. $62 left for Martin. He's not going to go for the treble 10. He's going for the bullseye option.
25 left, I know that bit.
$149 is not going to be scared.
57.
Just see something in Martin's throw. The third dart seems to have a little bit of a lean back. Has that been accentuated with missed doubles in this
Game in
match?
3.
Well, he's found it. He has had issues with his elbow throughout the last couple of weeks, and he has applied kinesthetic tape to that region of his arm
96.
at the back end of last Friday's session, where he was visibly struggling, especially in his last match with Boris Koltsov.
Ooh.
He seems to be in a lot less pain today. That's another reason why I thought the
100.
somewhat fortunate break for him on Wednesday. He obviously wanted to play, but was unable to because of the connection. But having a little bit of a break from action on Wednesday might have made him a bit more of a threat for today.
100.
And he's still a threat in a level game now and still undefeated.
100.
Fallon is going to have the
60.
lead going into the second half of this fifth leg. Has lost the last two
59.
and does not want to lose this leg and lose her lead for the first time. But this is bad news for that scenario.
180.
It's the worst possible news. Options from 66 left with one dart.
90.
I say options. Of course she was going to try and leave double 18. Double 12 with 2 in hand.
Game in 2.
Marvellously done.
Thank you.
261 points in 5 darts. How good is that? When you're playing your darts online or against your family this
140.
weekend, when you're left on 261, you try and get it in 5 darts. Very, very hard to do.
59.
I have seen a more complete conversion from a similar position today. We've seen Andy Jenkins take 341 in 6 with a 180 and a 161 in the end. And that 161 finish is still the biggest of the day. Fallon was saying earlier that her pet dog is lying on the living room floor like it's been knocked out cold by the heat.
180.
Maybe the heat is getting to superstar Sherrock in this match. It's definitely not affecting Martin.
134.
A somewhat ironic cry of 134 from Fallon there. But now Martin is on an 11.
Game in 2.
Oh, so good.
Thank you.
He takes the 2, 6, 1, and 5, and then he comes back for the next leg in 11. It does not get much better than that.
59.
And the average was down in the 70s for a little while, but he's made it climb towards 92. And that tells you how well he's played the last couple of legs.
140.
He's taking control of this match and taking advantage of Fallon Sherrock missing that treble
100.
more times than she's hit it. In this kind of mood, you expect Martin to get the ton.
60.
He doesn't. And Fallon can't leave a finish from 342, so if Martin can get one of those
58.
killer 6-dart conversions, that'll be job done. 181.21. It's still possible.
180.
And it's still possible. I promise you, folks, I don't have a crystal ball. But you might think I do if he gets the 1-2-1 next time out.
57.
1-2-1 is not going to go up. You heard from Fallon there. It's just not been her day.
93.
One
59.
game left after this for Fallon. It will be against Keen Barry. And it will be for her to get off the mark if Martin gets this 32. One dot remains.
No score.
Fallon is still alive, but is sitting on the big fish checkout. And that's been the problem today. A lot of small 20s. The darts have been going low.
56.
She took the first 2 legs of the match. But Martin has been a very different player since then.
Game in 3.
And he has taken the match by going 5 legs straight to win 5 legs to 2. That improves his score to 4 points for the day, and his leg difference is very healthy. As we take a small break, we come back in the afternoon to see this plot get thicker. Don't go far away. We'll be back at 1:40 British time. Welcome back, everyone, to the Icons of Darts Live League. And into the moving part of today as people position themselves for an assault on today's title.
Outside.
Richie was the front runner at the very start, but he has been
25.
caught.
Good luck, Richie.
As it stands, Martin Adams is currently top of the league with the same points as Richie Edhouse, but has a very
100.
superior leg difference. 8 better than that of Richie. And the reason Richie
140.
has a leg difference of -1 is because he was involved in 2 close games early on, both of which he won,
140.
but then lost big to Martin Adams this morning, 5 legs to 1. So his leg difference as it stands is -1. If he is going to challenge today,
100.
he may have to win his final 2 games, this one against Keane Barry and his game against
140.
Jared Cole as well, and he may have to win them by some margin. Just to post a figure that has a better leg difference gap. The thing about the 3 late starters, Cole, Barry and Wolfie, is that they've all won every game that they've played. They've all done so.
105.
Very, very good leg differences. And Keane Barry has started this match like he hasn't had a gap between the Andy Jenkins match and this. Double 4.
12.
Fails to get the leg in the bank at the second time of asking. He will have a 3rd crack at the whip.
53.
Game in 1.
It's a perfect double for the way his darts sit in the board. As you will see when he goes for the treble 20 next time out, the darts go in very flat. Not as pronounced as someone like Justin Pipe, for instance, but that flight down angle that you can see there where he can land the darts on top of each other. It's very similar to that of Phil Taylor when he was throwing the pencil-like darts earlier in his career.
60.
Richie's going to have to temper his pace a little bit here and
108.
place the darts in the board at his own reckoning because he doesn't want to be brought into a fast game with Keane.
60.
If anything, he might have to try and slow down a little bit.
100.
Keane just has an uncanny knack for finding enough treble 20s to get to a finish after 9 almost every
40.
time. Obviously very comfortable playing at home.
63.
And he was saying just before we started that it's around 25 degrees where he lives in Ireland. No shot of double 14
99.
for Richie Edhouse. Will Keane get a shot? Double 4? Yes.
57.
Just rushed that last start. You get the feeling that the amount of talent that Keane has is still not the finished article, which is very scary.
6.
And more missed-darts from Edhouse offers Keane another shot, this time at
No
ones.
score.
Just comes out too late and too fast. And Edhouse has been very, very lucky to get this extra opportunity.
No score.
You cannot do that with your first dart. It's hypocritical of me to say that because I've done it many times in my career, but Keane Barry will have you for breakfast in quick fashion if you keep doing that to him. I certainly think that Keane Barry has got the talent for an 18-year-old going forward to trouble some big stars in the future.
99.
But I do think that very much like Michael van Gerwen and very much like Gary Anderson at the start of their careers,
134.
their actions were raw and fast and furious. And over the course of the next 2 or 3
60.
years, I genuinely feel that Barry will slow up just a tiny bit and become more rigid with his action.
140.
And I think he'll get better. But again, like I said, leaves a finish after 9 again.
100.
He's giving his opponents nothing to chomp on. I think that dart may have slipped out of his hand.
21.
That might be good news for Richie Edhouse.
140.
He has taken the good news. Keane has got 25 and bull. Oh, he's missed the 25.
99.
Well, he obviously likes double 13. Richie, does he like double 18?
84.
Sorry, my last score was 109.
Well, he's left himself on double 8. Scorecard reflected double 13.
12.
But misses at double. And Edhouse should be one behind.
In 2.
But again, second time today, he's hooked one into double 9. It's got him out of jail a little bit, and now it's back on throw. I'll be fascinated to see where these two players are in 12 months. Richie Edhouse without a tour card, Keane Barry without a tour card, of course.
60.
But it'll be fascinating to see where they stand at the beginning of July 2021.
60.
I would expect Richie Edhouse to be on tour. As for Keane Barry, I think
100.
for someone who was very close to getting a tour card on day 4 of Q School back in January, maybe he craves to be on tour, but it's not the be all and end all for him just yet. The development tour for him could be the next proving ground for his age and for his talent. And if he was to boss that category, then that would open up other doors.
134.
Edhouse has taken the gift of the last leg and run with it.
108.
But another 180 from Barry just forces Edhouse to be perfect here.
In 3.
He is perfect, and he draws level. You can see the flights that Keane Barry uses.
41.
Very, very small. I've always said the best dart players in the world use small flights because they can throw the darts with such
120.
purity. I myself have tried to use flights that small and
60.
wasn't that effective. I need the big flights like Richie Edhouse, but you don't get extra points for using the smaller flights.
100.
You have to use what is effective for your own action and your own grip. And obviously,
140.
Keane Barry is very useful with the longer dart and the small flight.
57.
140.
Edhouse will need 2 trebles here.
100.
Gets 1, which is bare minimum. Still has to look on and watch
80.
as Keane misses tops. He has had chances to possibly have the game in the bank already.
99.
Edhouse just edges out on that bullseye shot,
Game in 1.
and Keane Barry regains the lead at 3-2. It's conceivable that Keane Barry could have won this game 5-0 and be 10-0 up for the day.
81.
Scary, scary thing considering the two opponents he's got.
100.
I've often wondered what it's like to be a young 18-year-old dart player these days and how their brain functions.
43.
I've always been a deliberate player, very much like Richie Edhouse, the likes of Andy Jenkins. I like to take my time and
100.
breathe, but I think the younger generation just think quicker, act quicker, and respond quicker.
95.
Keane Barry's next game is going to be fascinating, which is in a couple of games' time.
140.
And it will be against Fallon Sherrock. That will be Fallon's last game of the day, and it will be her last opportunity to get any points.
$56.
Trying to leave the two darter there, Keane.
134.
But Richie Edhouse does leave the two darter. Double 16.
Game in 3.
And Keane Barry is now 4-2 ahead. This has been about spells, this game. Keane Barry takes the first two. Richie Edhouse takes the next two. And then Keane Barry, in a flash, takes the next two after that.
97.
Looking to join Edhouse on 4 points. And to also join
134.
Martin Adams on 4 points, but Keane still has 3 games to go. Edhouse only has 1.
140.
I've always been fascinated by different accents around the
140.
United Kingdom and Ireland, and of course Europe. But there are not many nations who say 140 better than the Irish.
140.
And there you have another one. The amount of times that Keane Barry has left to finish after 9
180.
is genuinely quite frightening. But his finish isn't as good as Edhouse's.
92.
And even though he's left 32, he now has to watch and hope that Edhouse does not take double 16.
In 2.
But he does. A wonderful leg from Edhouse. Keane sitting on a double after 12, and Edhouse's response to that is, I'm having it, you're not. Great game of darts.
139.
$100.
The beautiful thing about this game and the format that we are playing is that Keane Barry was 1 dart and 32 points away from victory
59.
there. And now he's 469 further points away.
100.
The swings in emotion, hope and despair that you get from darts is
121.
very hard to quantify.
$100.
You may say it's just a game. To a lot of people, it is more than that.
140.
Well, I talked about this game being in spells. This spell from Edhouse has been delightful.
65.
13 darter, sorry, an 11 darter from Edhouse. Needs the 15
In 3.
and gets the 15.
Yeah.
26 world-class darts from Edhouse takes us to leg 9. And this has been, for me, the highest quality game of the day, even though the averages don't really reflect that. This has been
42.
fast-paced quality from start to finish. I'm not even at the finish yet. We could get more quality.
58.
But we could get one of those really scratchy legs with a lot of tight misses and mismatched darts.
140.
$60.
Has the pendulum
58.
swung back towards Ireland here? First 2 legs to Keane, second 2 legs
180.
Edhouse, and then that pattern repeats itself as it goes back to Ireland and then back to Sussex. There's
140.
only one pendulum swing left, and that's possibly going back to Ireland. And Richie is desperately trying to keep it in his corner.
58.
So it's 121 for the match.
97.
He gets the layup for double 12.
$129.
Really good visit from Edhouse, just in case Keane misses.
Game in 1.
But he doesn't. What a game that was. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Keane Barry is undefeated, and now Edhouse has lost twice. Is he out of today's race? You'll have to wait and find out. But Andy Jenkins and Jared Cole will be playing the next game in about 10 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Andy Jenkins has had a little bit of a break since the game with Keane Barry, and I think he needed it, considering what happened. Now it's time for him to respond.
Outside.
The likelihood is that Andy Jenkins is already out of today's race because he's lost 2 games out of his 3. So maybe when we look at Jared Cole, who has only played 1 so far and managed to get the 5-2 victory over Fallon Sherrock,
41.
that maybe the late starters today are going to be the form horses, because Keane Barry played 2,
59.
1-2. Martin Adams played 2, 1-2. Jared Cole played 1, 1-1. And if he was to get the
64.
win here, he would equalise the 4-point total so far of 3 other players, but with the same amount of games in hand as the late starters Wolfie and Keane Barry. Makes for a very fascinating afternoon with
41.
Richie Edhouse on that 4 points, but only has 1 game left. And that is against the young man you're watching right now. Could be a key match.
140.
But Jared has started the more buoyantly in this one.
140.
First to a finish on throw.
57.
Squares up his score to a ton. And what he's looking to do here, Jared, is to reverse a fixture
44.
from Wednesday where he was beaten 5 legs to 1.
90.
Leads him on double 5. He's actually beaten 5-1 on Monday by Andy, and
80.
5-4 on Wednesday. So looking to get his first win against Andy this week.
6.
Misses at double at the start of this one. It's not a good sign for Jared.
Game into.
And Andy Jenkins takes full advantage with that precise 2-darter. Jared is going to have to respond quickly and get accurate on that outer ring, because
136.
over the course of the last 2 to 3 months, he has had a few games where the doubles have struggled.
100.
His scoring predominantly has been very good. You cannot afford to give Andy Jenkins chances,
85.
especially as Andy is aware, he will be very aware, that he's beaten Jared twice this week.
60.
Jared saying just off the air that he's really looking forward to his game with Keane Barry later. That should be not slow, let's put it that way.
97.
$100.
Andy starting to speed up a little bit. When things aren't going your way, sometimes you try and find a different plan. And right now, Andy's plan is to play organically and just aim the first dart and then fling the next 1 or 2 and use that natural talent that he has, because a 91 in 2 darts and an 83 in 2 darts for a 14 darter in that second leg.
50.
And he is flying in this one.
180.
And this is where Andy becomes very, very dangerous, because he doesn't think when he plays like this.
$125.
He was made to think by Keane Barry in his last match.
140.
But all he's thinking about now is getting to that finishing line, averaging nearly 100
125.
and climbing the way he's scoring.
$97.
We're looking for another 2-dart kill. If he
100.
gets it, he will be 3-0 up in no time at all. Bullseye.
25 left. 59.
Jared needs to get on the leg-winning horse here. 2 double 19s.
3.
Oh, I like that. He knew what he wanted and how to get it, and he executed that wonderfully well. Didn't even use the first one as a guide, just went for the open part of the bed.
100.
So many different ways you can get 76 with 2 darts. You can stay on the treble 20 for double 8, you can go treble 12, double top,
60.
double 18, double top, 2 double 19, so many options. It's almost like he
137.
knew that by missing the treble 20 and getting the single, that was his plan B.
96.
Can't oversell how important that was to get back into this match. The last thing he needed was to be 3-0 down against a rampant opponent.
$60.
43.
Jenkins' intensity is there for everybody to see. One of our backstage crew, Phil Bars, as you may all know.
Brilliant.
He has already tweeted about Jenks Cam today, which is very entertaining.
41.
Well, the sun just started to beam down into the Conservatory of Darts there for Jared. I don't know whether that put him off.
40.
But now he's got to start shining on that 60.
$116.
He's done brilliantly there after a bad first start. He's done really, really well. And if he's able to take out this 128,
40.
it will change the entire match. It'll be back in his favour.
42.
Oh, Andy. The one thing you can't hit in that zone is that single one. And everybody wants an ice cream, but he doesn't want a 99.
68.
Well, this 86 will be like taking the flake out of Andy's 99.
70.
He doesn't get his mitts on it.
Yeah, game 2.
And Andy does not melt under the pressure. And he does get his third leg in the bank. You do wonder how hot it is in that conservatory. I can't even imagine how difficult it is to play with the sun beaming through the
60.
perspex or the glass. It's good practice for big stage experience, that's for sure. Stick him on a hot stage now and you'll think it's cold.
Brilliant. Can't see, can't read. 26.
Jenkins has one match remaining after this one against Wolfie. And the
140.
best he can do is post 6 points, which will not be good enough to win today, but it will be respectable.
140.
81.
$89.
To add to his 2 dart kills on tops,
Game into 3. So
exit in 3, 4-1 ahead with a 12 darter there. You can tell by the averages that the better player in this match has most definitely been Andy Jenkins, with a gap of 10 in the average between him and Jared Cole.
100.
He's played very fast in this match. I'll be wondering why he didn't play this fast against Keane.
40.
$36.
Jared has stolen the throw already after his first 3 darts in this leg. And he needs to go 4 straight legs now. I know all too well that you are never safe at 4-1
59.
after losing to Mark Webster twice this week from 4-1 up in both of those. So Andy cannot
100.
afford to take his foot off the gas here.
Uh, 46.
Jared
3.
gets the 161.
No way.
Not just the 6th leg in the bank there, but he equalises Andy Jenkins' best finish of the day of 161. Somewhat overconfident, you could say,
100.
getting the finish when your opponent is not on a finish himself. But
78.
that seems to be the trend at the minute. People want to get those big finishes for their confidence. They don't want to sit there and
180.
have to do it in the next visit. Cole is kicking now. They'll be wondering where this has been all match.
39.
Even with that 45, he's still got a big lead here.
Come on.
And Andy
22.
Jenkins' form has almost dropped off a cliff a little bit.
60.
116 when he returns, and Andy's got to use these visits here to try and refine the range.
95.
Andy will begin the next leg, so he
60.
still has a hold opportunity in that leg and potentially the last one.
81.
As he misses out on leaving a finish there,
In 2.
and Jared gets a central tops to get within 1. Taking a breather. I think that is wise. I got my maths wrong. I thought he had 2 more opportunities. He has just 1 to hold and serve it out. It is this opportunity right here.
82.
If he fails to hold through here and we go to leg 9, you would think that Jared would be the favourite.
140.
Right now it's advantage Jenkins as he refines the trebles
100.
in the first 2 visits and the third. Big lead of 162.
100.
Jared now needing snookers or mistakes from Andy.
59.
But if he can max here, 140 possibly.
60.
Doesn't get anything close to that. And this is a dream scenario for Andy Jenkins to get the 5-3 win. He's got 6 darts from here.
Joke. 118.
Well, he's left double 1. Somewhat lackadaisical last dart in the treble as opposed to the single now makes it
100.
2 left as opposed to 40 left. Hasn't got the luxury of going inside this time. So has to be cautious.
No score.
And was too cautious. That's the scenario with double 1 as opposed to tops. With tops you can go inside, with double 1 you cannot. Jared
41.
didn't find that big single 19 which would have offered him a shot at the bullseye by hitting another single. And he's getting closer
Game 2.
and gets double 1. He left it, as they say, but 5-3 win for him. Keeps him going in the right direction points-wise, but that stops Jared Cole in his tracks a bit. He now has to win all of his remaining games, I feel, to win today. Next, Keen Barry returns against Fallenshire, who will finish her campaign for Friday in a few moments' time. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. And we have two young players for your darting entertainment now. One of which is looking to stay undefeated, and one of which is looking to finish their day with some points on their score sheet. Fallon will begin this one. It hasn't gone her way today. Defeats to Richie Edhouse, to Andy Jenkins, Jared Cole, and to Wolfie have resulted in no points on the board as of yet. But Keane Barry is not the kind of player to have any sympathy for his opponents. Following with a momentary distraction.
45.
It's all part and parcel of playing darts at home. As it stands in the league, we have 4 players on 4 points. And this is the part of the day where I usually think that someone's making their move. But we seem to have more than one person who is in with a chance.
100.
Now, as it stands, if Keane Barry was to get this win, he would then top the table. He's left himself on the double after 12, and his form today has been very, very good.
97.
Because he's positioning himself very, very well after 3 visits to the board. And 13 darter says a lot about what he is hoping to do in this game and potentially for the rest of the afternoon. Jared Cole's first defeat to Andy Jenkins just now means that he's on 2 points. And Fallon will be bottom of the table more than likely by the end of the day, regardless of this result.
180.
It's been a strange little week for Fallon. She had a very frustrating time of it on Monday,
60.
then rebounded brilliantly on Wednesday and was within 1 game of winning the title. But as a result of losing that last game to Richie Edhouse on Wednesday, she wound up 4th in the table, somewhat cruelly.
100.
It's almost been reverting to type for the young superstar.
170.
Barry just leans into that last dart and comes up short of the 12 darter, which would have converted the first 2 legs in 25 darts.
43.
And Fallon's played a lot of players, but I'm not sure she's played anybody as fast as Keane Barry, as he completes the first 2 in 27 darts in no time at all. Like I mentioned earlier, Fallon Sherrock will be on A Question of Sport tonight on
96.
BBC One in the United Kingdom. If you're able to tune in, please do, and see how she does on national television at her sports quiz skills.
140.
Another 180 from this powerful darting youngster. It was not only
97.
hard to contain on the score sheet, but hard to contain from the pace. And if anything,
104.
he is getting better this afternoon. The average is climbing towards 120.
139.
Looking to make Fallon very miserable. Bullseye.
60.
Not able to finish that in 12. And Fallon, to her credit, has left double 8 now after 13.
32 and 2.
She gets on the board and stops that train of wrecking ball darts from the young Irishman.
93.
If someone was to call themselves the wrecking ball in darts, I'm sure they'd have to walk out to Miley Cyrus, which is probably why we don't have someone called the wrecking ball. Not that there's anything wrong with Miley Cyrus music, of course.
140.
For all I know, Fallon Sherrock and Keane Barry could be very big fans of the daughter of Billy Ray.
69.
The amount of 140 scores that Keane Barry hits
124.
is quite frightening, even for someone of my experience. And even when he could have easily gone to the 140 on that last visit, he decided to go to the 18s because not only is he fast and good, but he's intelligent.
94.
And he sets up tops. If he's losing a leg, he's losing it because his opponent is playing brilliantly. When he's winning a leg, it's because he's playing brilliantly.
Game in 1.
13 darter, just like the first leg. And this kid is getting a better reputation by the minute. If this is your first dose of Keane Barry
57.
today, get used to it. He's not going anywhere apart from up.
140.
100.
What has Keane Barry got in store for the rest of this match? Makes you wonder. And poor Fallon has lifted her average into the 90s now, but it's just not good enough to live with this performance, which is the best one we've seen today.
140.
There's another scary prospect coming out of Ireland in the female game as well, by the name of Katie Sheldon. So watch out for her. It's more proof that Irish darts is in probably its best place ever for the future. Now, 86 left for Fallon. She goes for the 54, but it was blocked.
56.
She had the option of bull double 18 there and didn't utilise it, or even 60 for double 13. And Keane Barry goes the way of Jared Cole for the 76 in 2, but doesn't manage to get the first double 19.
48 and 2.
And Fallon gets herself a second leg on the board. And now she has to try and crack the throw of Keane.
81.
Has Fallon stemmed the tide a little bit? Has she slowed down this locomotive of brilliance?
60.
She hasn't troubled Keane on his throw yet.
120.
That's something, when at home, you've got to be careful of. You notice that Keane Barry has tiles on his kitchen floor. If you have a bounce out and your dart hits that floor, you could damage a point, you could damage a barrel, snap a stem. So make sure that you have a soft floor around your dartboard,
44.
just in case that happens. Earlier in the week, I had a point snap at the end of a match and had to go to a different set in a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, but you've got to have them standing by just in case something does happen.
96.
Everybody's darts are made of predominantly tungsten, of course, and they are very, very durable, but not impervious to small accidents. They're not made of unobtainium or some sort of
60.
comic book metal. They're not infallible. Four two. Keane needs another tops.
60.
It was a good lie for him to lie the last one on top, but wasn't quite there. And Fallon Sherrock should get a shot at the ball to equalise.
56.
Straight, but too much on it.
Game in 1.
And again, he holds his throw. Has to win the final 3 legs now to get any points for the day.
58.
These are the days where
60.
it's difficult to find many positives, but you have to chalk it down to experience. And you'd expect Fallon Sherrock to be playing darts for the next 20 years.
60.
And maybe a loss here to Keane Barry will be lost in her memory in years to come. But for the next 24 hours, she will remember it. Who's to say she won't win the last 3 legs?
121.
She is a fighter. She is a grafter.
100.
And we're only just starting to learn about young Keane Barry as to what kind of qualities he has in these kinds of situations. We know he's a good front runner by the 5-0 victory against Andy Jenkins earlier. We know that he can grind a little bit with the 5-4 victory over Richie Edhouse.
43.
But as the scoring starts to deplete, can he get an extra opportunity to try and win this 5-2? There's your answer. He positions himself on 75 and hopes that double 16 is missed by Fallon.
16 left.
And it is. That could be the last dart she throws on Friday.
55.
Keane misses his first match dart. The question remains, does he get another? Because Fallon Sherrock has responded with another hold of throw. She still only requires 1 break.
60.
12 between them in the averages before that last throw of Keane.
58.
I guarantee you they're not thinking about averages right now. They're thinking about getting opportunities, different ones at that. Keane wants another match dart. Fallon wants a break chance so that she can serve it out potentially in the last leg.
180.
It's very unlikely now as Keane opens up a huge gap.
121.
She won't go quietly.
137.
And this has been a masterclass in holding of throw from Keane Barry, who started with a 13 darter, had another 13 in the middle, and can have a 13 at the end.
Game in
And
1.
does. 13 is the number for that boy right there. Will it be 10 after 5 games today? If he does that, he will be a champion a day after his 18th birthday. Long way to go before we get to that, though. Jared Cole and Richie Edhouse will play next, and that is about 5 minutes from now. We're back, and it's time to see how the plot thickens from here for Jared Cole. But possibly more importantly, we see how the day finishes for Richie Edhouse.
25.
Outside.
Jared Cole will start this one, and he will play 3 of the next 4 matches to try and catch
100.
Keen Barry, who is on 6 points on his own at the top of the table right now. But the chasing pack are circling. Keen Barry will return in a couple of matches'
100.
time, and that will be against Jared Cole. That could be the key match of the afternoon. Based on what happens in that match,
140.
we could be looking at one of those afternoons where it goes to the wire at the very end. The end game of the day is Keen Barry against Wolfie.
100.
It would be spectacular if both of them are on 8 points at the time. And then it's a shootout.
97.
There's a long way to go before we get there. These guys have played each other twice this week, and it's 1-1.
96.
Last time they played, Richie got the win 5-3, went on to win the daily title. If Richie gets the win here, the best he can do is
100.
post 6 points. And I don't think 6 is going to be anywhere close to there.
89.
Jared just stuttered on that last dart there for the 105. And pushed it inside. As a result, Richie has 2 singles for a double.
48.
That double 16 that was so easy earlier on seems to have started to leak away inside.
No score.
And Jared is anything but inside. In fact, he's on the outside with all 3. Richie's trying to show him where that double 8 is.
In 2.
It's there. Richie only has one thing on his mind right now, as a fly
60.
circulates around the board. Joe Cullen-like. Wants to finish his week on a positive note.
100.
And let the chips fall as they may after this game here. Colin Sherrock was first to finish her campaign, unfortunately for her, on 0 points and minus 13 for a leg count. But Edhouse, if he was to win 5-2 here, would finish in the positives. He's currently on -2. And that count there might determine where he finishes in the table, because he may have the same points as 1 or 2 other players. Jared going back up to the 20s now.
Jared. 76.
Failing to find the single to leave the 170, which he hit on Wednesday.
97.
Perfect first dart.
127.
Almost a perfect visit. It's still very good.
$64.
This game has got the air about it of going very, very long.
$38.
This will be crazy steal on the ball.
65.
Give it a really good try. Can't really have many complaints if Jared gets double 5, which he does, and draws level at one leg all. Wolfie will return in the next match against Andy Jenkins, in Andy Jenkins' last match, where one of those two players will go to 6 points. They're both on 4, but with it being Andy's last game, Wolfie will be thinking,
57.
get rid of him and then start taking the rest out.
180.
Always get a bit of respect from Richie Edhouse. Different types of players, when you're playing them live or whether you're playing them online, they will congratulate you on lots of different occasions, or they will congratulate you never.
100.
Doesn't mean to say that they're a nasty person by not doing so. Everybody thinks differently when they're in competition.
44.
Jared's got lots of time on his side here because Richie can't leave a finish
60.
from 343.
$140.
A somewhat lazy 140 and easy 140. Closes the gap a little bit, just in case Jared has some more trouble on the doubles. And that 56 that he has there is definitely no gimme.
97.
It will feel a little smaller now.
36.
It's the same scenario. A miss at tops and a miss at tens. And Edhouse is in this sort of range. Last time it was 90. This time it's 106. And again, he comes up a little short.
74.
Feels like deja vu.
In 2.
And Jared does get that second bite of the cherry and needs it to get a 2-1 lead. There'll be a very large portion of Richie Edhouse thinking, the thing that broke me today was Martin Adams, that 5-1 defeat to Wolfie, who played sensationally against him. Took all the momentum away from the Essex man who lives in East Sussex.
96.
And after that, he had to try and withstand the onslaught of Keane Barry and got very close to him. But Barry ultimately had too much in the last leg.
60.
Is he going to be undone by another young player? From a scoring perspective, Jared has been the better player in this match so far. He's been more consistent and more threatening on that treble 20. And for the third leg in a row, he's in position to set it up.
140.
And he only just misses the bust shot. That would have been catastrophic.
125.
As it stands, he does leave tops and takes tops. Getting plenty of practice on the outer ring, and he's starting to sharpen up as well.
Jared. 95.
Has Richie got anything left? Has been practicing and playing darts since around
59.
9:15, 9:30 this morning. Most players will take about an hour to get themselves ready for their first challenge. So it's been a long day for Richie, and he will have a couple of days minimum to reassess for his next challenge.
180.
A somewhat ironic wow, as if to say, where have you been?
140.
Good counting from Richie Edhouse.
133.
Jared's not going to get a second 170 of the week.
100.
It's 129. Might look at two double 18s.
89.
Interesting that he didn't use that route. But now Jared has two at double 8 and is lethal on the doubles all of a sudden. 4-1 to Jared Cole, and this is him getting back into the race. If he can get the big win here,
82.
and if he can beat Keen Barry in his next game, he is definitely in with a shout.
59.
Average of just under 90 does not reflect some of the situational pressure that Jared Cole has
134.
withstood. Doubling in the last couple of legs has been pinpoint. Yes, a
60.
lot of people will say you expect world-class star players to take out doubles all the time, but it's just not that simple. You still have to do it.
100.
We're talking about human beings throwing darts here, not robots.
134.
Richie looking very disconsolate now.
84.
He still books his ideas up for dart 3 and gets himself to a finish first.
180.
What a timed 180 that is. That's exactly what Richie did not want to hear.
In 3.
But he gets the double 12 for the 101 anyway, and that is a tremendous check out from him. Who's to say that Richie Edhouse
140.
winning that leg to deny Jared Cole that big 5-1 victory doesn't stop Jared winning this whole thing today.
180.
It could become that close.
Jared. 60.
And it's at this point where Richie Edhouse can just let it flow without pressure. That's what sports people would say, playing with the shackles off. The man expected to get the victory
58.
is Jared Cole from this position, and the pressure is on him. And Richie can take advantage of that.
132.
And he gets exactly what is left. He's going to have to go for it.
95.
No going 20s here to lay up for double 16. It's 57 in bull, and it's possible.
105.
So close. Frustrating thing for Richie is
60.
he'll be thinking, where has this been all game until the last couple of legs?
In 2.
Because now he's doing nothing wrong. Just when you think Jared is coasting to victory, Richie Edhouse says, I'm not having any of that.
180.
More proof. And the pressure on Jared is more than ever in this match. The thing that might help Jared, though, is that the temperature might be dropping outside. And the temperature might be going down in that conservatory.
Wow. 100.
Needed a ton 80 to get level. Only gets the ton. And Edhouse is flying right now.
100.
There were shakes of the head earlier. There were exasperations, gesticulations.
60. Wow.
Now it's nothing but get me back to the hockey so I can hit what I'm going for.
In 3.
And he gets it in 12 to take us all the way to leg number 9. Does Jared Cole have something left?
60.
The final flourish from Edhouse right now has been nothing short of
100.
magnificent. And he could be about to break the heart of Cole.
On it, the triple. 58.
And Edhouse heard that, trust me. And he will think that he's got his man right where he wants him.
140.
It's a horrible feeling
60.
to know that you can't find a treble and your opponent is finding them at will. He's done nothing but win legs lately,
60.
and you haven't had a shot for the match. That's exactly what Richie Edhouse has done in this game. He's denied
134.
Jared Cole a match dart in every single leg since he got to the fourth in his tally.
61.
And that shows experience and brilliance, but all of a sudden,
139.
Jared Cole has found something in the last two visits to position himself ready for match darts.
60.
It's all in his hands. He's done very well to put himself in this spot.
Jared, you are terrible. 10.
And he has missed too high. Will it be a somewhat ironic tops for Richie Edhouse to break Cole's heart? He gets one match dart,
In 3.
and that's what he does. That is going to sting Jared Cole for the next 35 minutes between now and his game with Keane Barry. That may have stopped him in his tracks for the rest of the day, but Richie Edhouse finishes on 6 points for the day, and that will make dinner taste even sweeter for him. He's done a great job this week. We thank him for his efforts. But next, it's Andy Jenkins who finishes his campaign against Wolfie. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, and it's a battle of the veterans, and it will be to finish Andy Jenkins' campaign for the day as he looks to go above Richie Edhouse in the table, and the only way he can do that is with a win,
25.
and any sort of win will accomplish that.
Outside.
Have a good game, Andy.
Martin Adams so far undefeated today with impressive wins.
100.
5-1 against Richie Edhouse, which stopped his undefeated run. And then a 5-2
140.
win over Fallon Sherrock. So 4 points in the bank and a very healthy +7 in his leg difference counter. Means that he is going to be very hard to
140.
stop. And if nobody can,
85.
we will go to potentially a last game decider against Keane Barry in game 15 to determine who wins today.
140.
100.
176 after 9 for Andy, but that's not good enough. Martin looking to get it done in 12.
Game in 3.
Ask and ye shall receive. If you thought I was being a little bit disrespectful saying that 176 after 9 wasn't good enough, Martin just proved me right. And I would never disrespect Andy Jenkins. He's a lot bigger than me.
100.
If Martin was to win
60.
5 legs to 4 in this one, he would be joint top with Keane Barry on 6 points and +8. Then he win a little bit longer than that, and he will go top of the table
140.
going into the Battle of the Young'uns. Cole, who will be licking his wounds right now after missing match darts against Richie Edhouse to win 5 legs to 4. Now has to win his final 2 games to get himself to 6 points.
81.
It's shaping up to be the Keane Barry and Martin Adams tiebreaker. But I mentioned earlier that Andy Jenkins could be a potential spoiler. And this is the last game of the day for him. So this is the last potential spoiling opportunity. Look at that from Martin Adams. A beautifully
140.
constructed 140 approach to tops. Jenkins does not get a shot at tops.
91.
And this form from Martin is bad news for Andy.
Game in 2.
It's definitely in, Martin, as he double checks. The last thing you want to do is throw at the board when it's already done. No sign of that tightness or pain in the elbow that Martin showed a week ago, which is very good news. The bad news for all of his opponents is that he's looking very, very good. Averaging over 115 after 2 legs.
60.
A lot of people would say it's putting down a marker, but we've already had markers put down today. Now it's time to stretch your legs down the back straight and position yourself for the final kill. Well, Martin Adams, what a game he's putting together here.
140.
Remember that record average of Boris Koltsov, 116.28. And that was a win over Mike Warburton a long time ago.
90.
A game where Mike
95.
Warburton, yesterday's winner, averaged 110. 91 for 3-0 in no time at all.
51.
He's topped again. And too often, Andy finds himself way north of where his opponent is.
100.
If you look at his average, he's not playing poorly. This is all about what Martin's doing.
Game in 2.
And then you have a 14 darter, which is the worst of the game so far. It's still averaging 112 and change.
136.
Well, Andy's already been beaten 5-0 today by Keane Barry. He does not want to be beaten 5-0 again. And whereas that was not on his mind at the start of this match, it may be on his mind now.
100.
Better show of scoring in this fourth leg from the Hampshire race. 136 followed by a ton.
140.
But Martin is on his tail, even when Andy improves.
60.
And he surrounds that 60. There was nothing in the red bit. He still has his advantage though.
100.
Even with that 60, Andy Jenkins is in the better position here, throwing first from 25 behind.
60.
But again, 2 above, 1 below. That advantage should be gone now and is. Can he leave tops again after 12?
140.
That may be the silliest question I have ever asked.
65.
I'm sure I can think of something sillier. In the meantime, Martin's looking for another 14 darter.
Game in 3.
He gets the 15, and it may not be at the same pace as Keane Barry, but this will feel like deja vu for Andy Jenkins, who now has to break the throat of Martin Adams to avoid the double bagel today.
Is it me? Me, Martin, yeah? Okay. I'll throw these.
Just a little bit of confusion as to who was going first there as their personal score tablets.
41.
We're just getting ready for the next leg. But the fact remains that
58.
Andy has not been able to catch Martin Adams in this one. $15 difference in the averages. And that's
60.
what you'd expect to see if someone is leading by this margin. You wouldn't expect the averages to be the same.
60.
How many times has Andy had scores like that? In a very frustrating game for Andy. A somewhat frustrating day because at points he has played
100.
superbly. Particularly in his game with Fallon Sherrock, where he put in a really big blitz in the middle of that match to scupper the chances of Sherrock for the day. But the game with Edhouse, that 9-leg thriller, is one of the best we've seen today, that's for sure.
60.
Edhouse involved in 2 5-4s today. Actually, make that 3.
97.
$100.
First to a finish, Wolfie, not for the first time.
59.
He may have 6 from here because he'd be a brave person to back Andy Jenkins on the 127 the way he's played in this game.
100.
But I've been wrong before, and I'd like to be wrong again.
59.
But with Martin sitting on tops and 3 darts for it, this is the dream scenario for Wolfie at this point of the day in relation to his points and his
Going
leg
in
difference.
2.
5-0 it is. 2 bagels for the day for Andy Jenkins, and I'm not talking about treats. Unfortunately for him, his challenge today stops with that defeat, but Martin's has only just begun. Strap yourselves in. It's Cole, it's Barry, and it's next. 3 games left and 3 players left. 2 of which can still win, 1 of which cannot. So Jared Cole now has to play spoiler to try and scupper the chances of both Wolfie and Keen Barry.
Bullseye.
Keen will start things off,
Fair.
and he has now been overtaken at the top of the table by Martin Adams by virtue of that destructive 5-0 win over Andy Jenkins. Situation is simple. If Keen Barry wins this match and Martin Adams wins
100.
his next match, we will go to the very final game, Barry against Wolfie, and it will be a shootout to see who is perfect today.
$82.
That is by no means a certainty, as we know the caliber of Jared Cole.
96.
But as the sun beats down on the conservatory, how hot will he be in this match?
49.
Keen Barry was white hot at times against Fallon Sherrock in his last game,
50.
with 3 13 darters in there. 1 at the start, 1 in the middle, and 1 at the end.
60.
It'll be interesting to see how he shapes up in this one, as Jared
100.
narrowly misses out on that second treble 20 to have a shot at tops for 160.
96.
Keen misses out on the 112 by splitting that double 16 though. And Jared needs double 5.
50.
And I think hitting tops instead of the requisite single, I think it flustered him a little bit
Game into
as Keen finds his way to double 8. A somewhat unlikely hold in the end.
100.
The difference in points is nothing between Wolfie and Keen Barry. The difference in age we can talk about later. But the difference in the leg difference between those two players is
140.
apt right now to separate them from first and second spot. Keen Barry on a very, very respectable +8, but Wolfie on course potentially for a 5-game leg difference record on the day. He's in +12 at the moment. If he can win and get to +18, that would be a record. His own record is +17.
60.
Double 5 for Keen Barry, and he has taken that out in 12. When Jared Cole raised the bar a little bit, Keen Barry was like Javier Sotomayor sailing across that bar. And if you don't know who Javier Sotomayor is, you obviously don't know much about high jumping, because he is the world record holder at 2
59.
meters 43. And as for why I know that, I have a friend who used to compete against Javier Sotomayor all the time, in Steve Smith. A fabulous advocate
58.
for sport and business. A great man who lives up in
121.
the same sort of area as Stephen Gerrard, a part of the country that's very, very jolly today. Many congratulations to Liverpool on
140.
winning that title. I'm sure Mike Warburton tomorrow is going to be giving Mark Webster some crazy, crazy jokes.
39.
I'm sure they won't be doing it during their game, of course. It will be game number 2 tomorrow, the Battle of the Welsh.
34.
That's Keen Barry, who keeps very silent during the
96.
game, no matter whether he's doing well or not. Has he broken Jared Cole mentally early?
58.
So for 3-0,
60.
a somewhat cautious effort at 2 double tops, I feel, but maybe the right thing to do to just line up tops.
60.
Well, he couldn't really see much of that double top with both darts lying flat. He could have gone left or right for maybe a centimetre portion of the left side of the bed. But now Jared has plenty of the ball to aim at
57.
and pushed it to the right.
Game in 1.
Keane Barry has gone 3-0 up, and he's doing what he does best, winning and fast. Our crew were making jokes earlier, saying we might have to reschedule our games
45.
when Keane Barry's involved, because he's supposed to play every 25 minutes. Earlier in the day,
97.
he had a win that took 8 minutes.
100.
Keane Barry is going to be a nightmare for everyone tomorrow, regardless of what happens today.
58.
But even more so, I feel, if he can get this job done today, because he will have even more confidence.
140.
Irish Darts has had superstars in the past and cult heroes as well, like Sir Jack
55.
McKenna, who was the opponent of Paul Lim when he got that famous 9-darter. But
134.
when you talk about Irish Darts right now, you talk about Steve Lennon and William O'Connor.
81.
Everyone is talking about Keane Barry right now. Should never forget about Mick McGowan.
80.
People tend to forget that Mick McGowan was one of the best players in the world around 13 years ago.
Game in 2.
Jared Cole has found a beautiful 2-darter there to stop the bagel. And one thing I admire is that even when he missed the dart for that leg, Keane Barry just comes straight back and hits a 180 and back on the job.
95.
Even at his young age, he looks very hard to break.
140.
And we were really hoping he was going to get that 6-dart in there to see if he could plank in a 9-darter and
104.
be the third person to get one. But in relation to the game, this is very, very good indeed. Has to reset
24.
and has one of his worst visits of the day.
Wow. 83.
Can't leave a finish from 266.
99.
Another result, Keane Barry is assured of a return for 58 and 4-1.
95.
Has to stand back and reset.
38.
And maybe that drop dart just upset his rhythm a little bit. Jared needs this to stay in the match.
63.
And it was not far off. Shaving the outside wire.
Game in 2.
But after shaving the outside wire of double 10, Keane Barry steps up and goes 4-1 ahead with a beautiful adjustment.
100.
A win here will take Keane Barry to 8 points, which will be 2 more than he got yesterday. And it will put him in with a shout
60.
of winning today's title. He will hope that he gets the job done here in this leg.
95.
And then we'll hope that Jared Cole will bounce back and beat Martin Adams.
$96.
96.
Good tactics and decent execution. It's good to see young players making the right tactical moves around the dartboard. I've seen a couple of players in the last couple of weeks. I won't name names because that's not my way, but some tactics have come into question in relation to how to approach a finish. Young players like Keane have grown up with the likes of MBG, Vincent van der Voort, John Part, people who do everything right when it comes to counting, and they have learnt from the best. Double five.
Game in 3.
And there he is again, 70-2, and Keane Barry goes back to the top of the table. He is toing and froing with Martin right now. Martin returns to the hockey to see if he can do that job against Jared Cole, and if he can, we'll have a shootout at the end of the day. So have a little break, get yourself a cuppa, and then come back for 2 bits of Martin Adams. penultimate game of Friday's session, and the equation is very simple for Martin Adams now. If he wants to be on level terms with Keen Barry to make our last game of the day a shootout between those two players, he needs to defeat Jared Cole here.
25.
Outside.
Even if Martin Adams
Jared,
loses this
have a
match,
good game.
and he loses it in a tight match, he still has a chance to win in the next game. Regardless, he will have to beat Keen Barry.
85.
Jared Cole is nowhere close to that race, but he does have something on the line here,
95.
and that is whether he finishes 5th or finishes 4th. A win here will result in him finishing 4th for the day, and that will demote
100.
Andy Jenkins to 5th spot. A loss for Jared Cole here
59.
would reverse that. Jared would be 5th and Andy would be 4th. Third place is pretty
121.
much in the possession of Richie Edhouse, and last position has got Fallon Sherrock's name on it right now.
60.
But for all the neutrals out there, I'm sure they are clamouring for a generational battle between Keane and Martin. But they shouldn't forget about what
60.
Jared Cole can bring. He's played some good darts today, but has not put some of his opponents away.
60.
Should have put Andy Jenkins away just after 2 o'clock British time. Lost 5-3 there. Had a good win against Fallon Sherrock, his only one of the day. The only person who really annihilated him was Keane Barry at 5-1. But he really should have beaten Richie Edhouse. That was the one that stung.
100.
So food for thought for the qualified chef. Now, food for thought for Martin as he misses the 12. And also misses the 17.
32.
Has left himself on a double, somewhat belatedly.
Close.
And Jared did not scare those trebles
87.
until now. First blood, Wolfie. Should be with that guide.
Game in 2.
Tremendous shot. Keane Barry will
180.
more than likely be getting himself ready for a shootout. If there are ramifications of the leg difference,
26.
we will let you know what they are at the end of this match, but it's entirely plausible that we won't have to look at that.
140.
Jared Cole has woken up apparently in leg 2. 5 trebles from 6 darts.
$140.
Jared. 85.
Not happy with that dart, but shouldn't be too negative about that. You've got to hit an odd number at some point. Might as well get it out the way. You can still take this leg in 12, possibly 11.
59.
$56.
We'll have to hope that it's in 13, 14 or 15. Martin just having a leg of
41.
uncertainty. And if there's anybody who can respond to that, it's him. But it's Jared who's responded to the good first leg of Martin's, and Martin has food for thought because he wasn't very accurate in that second leg at all, really, with the exception of one visit.
$123.
That's how you respond to a first start treble one.
54.
When you think of sport around the world, in sports like football, tennis, there's not a lot of combatants who are years and years and years
60.
apart. You might sometimes get someone like Ryan Giggs at 39 playing against a kid who is
100.
16, 17 at another club with an age gap of possibly 22, 23 years. In these two games, Martin Adams will have an age
60.
gap of over 40. With Keith Barry, they have
100.
similar birthdays. Martin's was a week or so ago. So there are 46 years between him and Keith Barry. There aren't many other sports where you will find
140.
an age gap between two players. Maybe in golf, you just might find that with Tom
100.
Watson in his 60s when he nearly won the Open Championship in 2009. I'm sure there was some kids in that field just over 10 years ago. But predominantly, you don't get age gaps like that in
78.
any sport. It's one of the great things about the game that we love.
59.
This leg has Martin's name on it, if you can find tops once more. Same guide as leg number 1.
Game in 3.
Same result, but on the third dot this time, not on the second. And Martin's average has tumbled
100.
from the game with Andy Jenkins, where it was 100. Won that game in 75 darts,
180.
5 legs to nothing. And his average has just climbed a little bit there with his maximum to
140.
start his fourth leg. Just when you think Martin's going to have it all his own way, Jared seems to be able to find something when he's throwing first.
100.
140.
You look at the technique of Jared Cole, you have to admire it, because the drawback of the dart towards the right jaw is not too far. With some players, you see them come towards the neckline. And
60.
look at Jared this time round. The flight does not pass the jaw. It means that he has control in his eye line.
93.
He misses double 14 for the 12. And will be praying that Martin doesn't get this treble 17. But he does. For the ball.
136.
That would have been to equalise Jared Cole's best finish of the day of 161, and Andy Jenkins for that matter.
Oh, Jared.
Jared
14.
misses 14s and 7s and is rightly lambasting himself. Well, that show of emotion will be like
Game in 2.
an invitation for Martin Adams, who will have seen that many times over the years from younger players. And indeed from older players when he was younger. And he knows that it is his job after that to punish them even more. 3-1 to Martin Adams.
85.
I mentioned earlier about his record leg difference score, which was a couple of weeks ago,
60.
where he won all of his games, all 5, and had plus 17 as his leg difference for the day. That is a 5 game in a day record. in the Icons of
41.
Darts Live League. He's getting closer to that by the leg. But if he wants the
100.
overall record, then he will have to bet at plus 18, which is Dave Evans's effort from a couple of months back. But he had 6 games in the day, so he had an extra match.
100.
If Martin was to do that, it will be some effort.
100.
Standing in his way, he has these 2 players. And he is definitely not there yet. If he wants that record, he may have to win this game 5-1.
130.
And if he was to do so, he would then find himself on plus 16.
100.
That's of no consequence. Just a minor talking point. As Martin inches closer to tops.
130.
And he gets a second consecutive 130 to leave 15. That second 130 was not intentional. He wanted the 25.
130.
Well, Jared gets the same. A central 7, right in the middle. Double 4 is required for 4-1. The angle isn't perfect,
Game in 3.
but the dart is. That little adjustment to the left just opened up the bed, and he was able to sneak it in off the left side of that second dart barrel. Quite masterful.
140.
Good news coming out of Stuart Pike today, who says that Rod Studd, who suffered a stroke recently, is now on his way home and is communicating with people and is just about to start his rehabilitation.
83.
So that's great to hear that Rod is doing all right. Someone who has been tuning into our
Sherrock.
motorsports production
58.
over the last 3 months, and I'm sure you will echo these sentiments. Wish Rod a speedy recovery, and we want him back on our screens commentating as soon as possible, and when it is safe for him to do so.
40.
59.
Has Jared got anything left? He's got the lead here, but if a 140 comes in from Wolfie, the lead will disappear.
29.
I want those ones back. That's about as bad of as you could possibly expect from Wolfie, even as bad a leg.
100.
83, 40, 29. There must be a glitch in the matrix.
$100.
Normal service resumed. But Jared Cole is looking very comfortable to get within 2.
128.
Much better. On the double after 15. And he will be looking to do to Martin what Richie Edhouse did to him,
85.
which was win from 4-1 down.
Game in 1.
First leg in the bank of 4 that he requires. Martin visibly a tiny bit uncomfortable with the heat. You don't blame him. You wouldn't think playing darts that you would build up an internal heat, but you get it from your brain when the pressure builds a little bit and the constant movement of your body walking backwards and forwards to the board. You'd be surprised how hot you get.
140.
And let's not forget, some dart players are trying to ventilate their rooms with fans and things like that, but you can't have it anywhere close to where you're throwing.
100.
It blows the darts away from their target. It affects the flight.
60.
It's one of the reasons why you don't get darts events outdoors, because of random breezes. Well, there was one in Dubai for a few seasons, but it was played at night in the desert, so the
125.
wind was minimal, and dart players would use heavier darts in that tournament.
$100.
This could be the last throw of the dice from Jared Cole, but it could be too late. The averages are a bit strange because Martin Adams has got the much lesser one.
120.
He almost had the win there, 5 legs to 2, with an average of 85. To Jared's 94.
100.
Just more proof that averages lie sometimes, but what will not lie is the result. And if double 4 goes, we have a last game shootout.
Gaming 3.
Double 2 gets there, 5-2 for Martin Adams, and we have the dream scenario that we mentioned a little bit earlier. Keen Barry at 18 years of age, Martin Adams at 64. They will do battle to see who was perfect today and to get who gets today's title. You decide. Join us at 4:35 British time to see who wins that one. Well, it's very simple as we go into the final game of the day. The Icons of Darts Live League for today, brought to you by Motorsports, and low 6bet will be determined by this game and who wins it. Not the first time that Keane Barry has hit the bullseye, the first time of asking in a bullseye shootout.
25.
And he has taken the impetus. Will he run with it in this generational battle of young versus not so young?
60.
Yesterday, Keane Barry placed second in the table, and he is assured of finishing minimum second today.
125.
He will play again tomorrow, and that bunch of players are on notice.
100.
He could go into tomorrow's session as today's champion. And Martin is all too aware of the threat of
25.
Keane, because they were both at the Indigo at the O2 back in January
104.
with different goals in mind. Martin was unsuccessful in his quest for a fourth BDO World Championship, but Keane was successful in defeating Leighton Bennett for the
100.
World Youth Championship. In winning that game, Keane became
139.
World Youth Champion and World Junior Champion at the same time, which is quite astonishing. Not to mention some of his other Junior Darts Corporation
99.
titles from 2019. Looks to have a very heavy mantelpiece.
Game into
It could about to be bolstered with another chalk mark, as he starts with a 14 darter and tells Martin Adams his intentions.
$140.
There are a lot of dart players who've been playing this week who are probably thinking,
59.
Modus, why did you invite this kid? He's the ultimate apple cart upsetter. And I, for one, am very, very happy that he's here, because he is vastly entertaining.
60.
2 games today that stand out for me. One, the 5-0 win over Andy Jenkins, which took 8 minutes.
45.
8 minutes to defeat one of the best players that's ever pulled on an England shirt. He then disposed of a fellow youth player in Jared
60.
Cole via a couple of 180s and a 89 average in just over 10 minutes.
140.
He wins, and he wins fast. There's a line in a movie called The Longest Yard, and there's a gentleman on there who talks about running backs.
60.
He talks about Earl Meggett. He is so fast that he makes other people look not fast. And that's exactly what Keane Barry is. Now, Wolfie's played against some fast players in his time, in his illustrious career. And he knows how to play against the fast players.
65.
But here, he's got to equalise and fast. Can't afford to let Keane front run. That's where he's comfortable. He's missed the 60, so
60.
Keane, coming back to the board, may go 25 first. There's 20, so now it's 25 in bull. Looking for the ball. Oh, and it hit the flight. That's the problem with those 2 darts very close together. You had a very small space to aim at.
Game in 2.
As Martin very much cushions that second dart into tops. Could we decide this entire day
60.
in a 9th leg thriller? Both on 8 points, both undefeated. Martin with the superior leg
60.
difference. That means nothing in this game. But we have to pay a lot of respect to both players for
125.
their leg counter is just swollen. Plus 15 for Wolfie and plus 12 for Keane.
$100.
60.
I think Keane's family will be watching this one with eager eyes, but they'll be used to watching Keane in
100.
very important matches. The last time he was involved in a final of sorts, best of 9, against an England great, he lost it 5 legs to 0, and that was against Scott Waits, and that was to get a tour card. With all due respect, this game has not got the same magnitude, but he still wants to win it. He still wants to beat Wolfie. And make no mistake, Martin Adams does not want to be beaten by the younger player.
100.
Keane threw first in this leg, but he might not throw again.
Game in 3.
Masterful from Wolfie once more. That is a break of throw. And for what is possibly the first time today, Keane Barry is up against it. He has blitzed out of the blocks in every game he's played.
55.
Against Richie Edhouse, he was involved in a game where he won the first 2,
60.
then lost 2, then won 2, then lost 2, and then won in a 9th leg shootout. But he was always in front or level.
$140.
This is the first time that he's been under
140.
immense pressure on the scorecard. By my reckoning, he has never been behind in a game
60.
until now.
$58.
$55.
Poor visit from Martin, and offers Keane the chance to get back into this 4th leg.
96.
Great last start. But more often than not, Martin will get 6 starts from 191. And the way Keane has played today, he will have to get rid of it in 6.
60.
And it just got stickier because 131 is the hardest finish in that range.
$91.
With 130 and 132, you can slightly miss on the first start, but he hasn't missed on the first start. He hasn't missed the second.
Game in 3.
Oh, Martin.
Cheers.
Good finish, says Keane. It wasn't good. It was tremendous. Just allow you guys to soak that one in. The timing of it. Positively Swiss quartz.
100.
That is one of the most difficult finishes in that range for the reason that you cannot miss a single dart. You can miss with a 130. You can miss with a 129. You can miss with a 128. You can get a 25 or a bullseye with your first start on 132. But 131, wow. Phil Taylor showed us how to win a world championship on that shot when he beat Simon Whitlock in a final.
96.
And even though we've had 261s today from Andy Jenkins and Jared Cole, I think that, based on the timing and the quality, that is the best finish of the day.
140.
59.
Does Keane have much left in the tank? It has been a long day. He's been playing for the last 4.5 to 5 hours.
55.
He's looking for 619s, which
98.
would have left double 16. He's laid up to a very favourable number and will get that return visit. Will have held his breath for a moment
99.
just after that visit, hoping that Martin didn't get the treble 20 on his first dart.
16.
But after the missed single, he just seemed a little flustered. And now Martin, who has hit this check out today already, 62. This could almost put him away.
30.
Not to be.
Game in 3.
Yes, game in 3. And Keane Barry is fighting to be a winner today. I wonder where Keane Barry will be in 5 years' time.
95.
A lot of people will think that it's his destiny to possibly become the PDC
125.
World Youth Champion. That is the next phase, I believe. And of course, the PDC Pro Tour and other
100.
events. But he has a long way ahead of him and he can't get too impatient.
85.
I'm still not sure where this game is going to finish. But I would love it to go to a 9th leg. I'm sure you guys would love that too. I get the feeling there's another twist in the tail.
7.
And Keane has not played his best in this match so far. But he's still in there. It may boil down to whether he can stop Martin getting to 4
140.
in this leg. What an approach. Now the 106 has to go. That 162 now looks like
58.
genius. And this is for a level game.
Game in 2.
Double 8 is good to him once more, and it's 3-all. It's one of the longest games that Keane has been involved in today.
60.
The game against Jared was short. The game against Jenkins was short. The game against Sherrock was not long. But this one is approaching the same territory as the
140.
Edhouse game for him. Martin has had winning margins of 5-2, 5-0, 5-1 and 5-2. He's not really been taken to the hilt. He's been tested here
180.
and he responds. On the Keane Barry throw as well, he comes up with 320 points in 6 to arrest the throw away from the young Irishman.
66.
66 of the best. 3 trebles, only one of which he wanted.
140.
But this leg is back in the balance after that 2 treble visit. Still possible. 60 for Bull.
Different.
And now he goes over to the other green treble.
70 stone.
This 124 is to take the lead back.
Game in
And he's got the Bull. 4-3 in front. And that was to keep his throw intact. How good is this kid? I shouldn't really call him a kid. I should call him a young man. He just likes winning.
60.
And Martin was thinking he was coming back for 38, and a small shake of the head there. Maybe he's feeling like I was yesterday. I played against
60.
this young man, and it is just a dizzying effect when he's playing so fast and so effective.
180.
Fills the boat. And if Martin does not get trebles here, it's in the hands of Keen Barry.
140.
Hat tipped to the captain.
57.
I'm not really sure what the right rhythm is for Keane. Sometimes he has mini prods at the board with the darts. Sometimes he doesn't aim. It's all very
83.
raw and organic. That throw will develop over the years.
140.
But a 140 puts him in position, and he will return for the 64. The 64 will be to win today's title and to be perfect.
100.
10 points out of 10. In he comes.
Game in
And that's it. There's your champion. Keen Barry is perfect. He is Mr. Number 10. Wow. Well played. He's done it over Martin Adams as well. His only defeat of the day. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. It's been fabulous. Keen Barry will be back tomorrow. Don't miss that. I've got to play against him because I'll be back. So will Mark Webster. So will the champion from yesterday, Mike Warburton. Everybody.